Reason Studios in general. So let's go ahead and jump into it. Now, I did a video like this recently, and you guys seem to really like this video. And of course, I get a lot of questions in different videos, Instagram, different inboxes, just different places. Different people ask me questions, and so I wanted to do a live stream or do a video where we could just go through some of those questions and get some of those questions answered. Can you make a video on mastering a beat? I do have a video on mastering a beat. We did a video where we made a beat, and then we mixed the beat, and we also mastered the beat, and then we also marketed the beat, meaning we actually published the beat and we sent that beat to BeatStars. And because we did all of those steps and everything was done, that beat actually got purchased as well. So shout outs to that. We made a sale with that beat. So yeah, super dope. So I do have a video on that. I'm gonna just I have one already, but a new one is right around the corner. Now, I want you to notice that this is from 5 years ago. And this video that is from 10 tips for a better mix in Reason 10, actually is one of those videos that got a good amount of, feedback, got a good amount of feedback. Catchy Noise in the building. What's up, man? And feel free, if you're in the chat, to drop any questions that you may have. But for now, I wanted to go through some of these questions. Some of these are some really old questions, man. This is Tasia. Very nice. How long have you been making beats? I've been making beats for about 15 years. This a real it's a real late response, but I've been making beats for a long time, since about 15 years ago. I was about 15. I guess I gotta add some more years to that. I guess now it would be 18 years. I started when I was around 15, 2005. I started making beats, and I've been making beats ever since, man. Maybe speaking of beats, maybe we should have something, give us a little bit of ambiance or something. We could play something real quick. Maybe if we could pull up a beat to play. I like that. That's real smooth. Let's play that real quick. Let's play that. Catchy Noise says, I'm 20 plus in the game. Shout outs to you, man. 20 plus in the game, he says. All right, I'm gonna make sure I get this guy sounding right. Questions, man. But yep, bro, how do you get timing right without quantizing? I play keys too, and my stuff won't do that. All right, so quantize is a very specific question that he's asking. In Reason, there are a lot of different ways that you can create a vibe. Hold on, I gotta change this. This was giving me issues last time. I have to take this off. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Maybe not. Maybe we do this. That was giving me issues last time. All right, cool. In Reason, there are a ton of different ways that you can acquire, like you can get the timing of something without just saying like getting your own timing up, like just playing better. But even if you were to play something and not use quantize, for example, you could use regroove. Could be one of those things that you can use. And the other thing that I would just say is just getting an understanding of how Reason notates the timing of something. Okay, just getting an understanding for how it notates the timing of something. So I'm gonna just drop down a chord progression real quick. And that's Hybrid Keys, amazing organ. I don't know about that, but Cool. I like that. All right, cool. And I'm just doing this so that we can have something to look at. So I played that how I played it, but you got to get a feel for how Reason, like I said, how it notates the timing of things in terms of like what's on beat, what's not on beat. So if we look at this first chord, we look up here at position at the very top, you'll see these numbers 1 1 1 32. So the last number is like a nudging number. That's like, it's not within like a set time signature. It just nudges it by that amount, right? So if it's set to 0 or 1, right, that would just be like, this is the very start. This is the complete start of where the MIDI is playing from the exact 1. This is like 1 with like 30 ticks. So it's like 30 milliseconds, or even, it's like it's off by some amount. It's not a full, starting on the 1. It's off by some amount. So when you get to learning this, you can kind of see like how offset something really becomes. When you use this position knob, you can really move these things around for your timing. And then, like I said, other than that, using regroove, if you use regroove, it'll change the timing of this altogether. Even if this is quantized, if you set this regroove to a certain groove folder, if you set it to a certain groove, then this is going to change how things play, both in time and in velocity. Right. So that's how I would answer that question. So for one, without using quantize, using the positioning, like you can just set this, to 1 and then use this match values. So now everything is set together, and then boom, we set that there. We didn't hit quantize. We just moved everything in position. We moved it where we wanted it to be. So that's how you can do that. Move things where you want it to go. In the positioning of things, you don't have to necessarily use quantize all the time. All right, let's look at the next question. Practice. I'm going to answer the question. Practice, 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 and understand positioning in Reason Sequencer. Hope it helps. Do you have a contact email? Of course. Of course I do. Man, from 3 years ago. How you learn how to play like that? Practice. Just gotta practice, man. Are these 2014 editions? Oh, the Audio Technica review that I did. These are the headphones that I use. I really like these headphones, the Audio Technica, and of course I have them here. It's time for me to grab some new ones though. It's definitely time for me to grab some new headphones, and I'm really contemplating and thinking about what headphones I'm going to get next and what headphones will be best. I'm contemplating what those headphones will be, because I was looking at some Sennheiser stuff, and I was contemplating maybe going the Sennheiser route instead. Going the Sennheiser route. Look at that video image. Now I like the image of it. I like, the computer and everything. Oh look, it's like a full circle. We're back to this same positioning. All right, let me not get too distracted. I was looking at some Sennheiser headphones. Headphones is the new gear item that's on my radar. A lot of times I go based off of what I see other people are using. So for example, like these headphones I saw were making the rounds. Personally, listening to them, I don't think that they touch or even come close to these. I think that these sound better, and I like the way, that they sound. The difference maker for these headphones for me was the comfort. Like this little thing up here at the top, like you feel that. It feels like it's indenting in your head. It just didn't make for a comfortable headphone. That was the main issue with those. But I've been seeing a lot of people rocking these headphones. They have this little open back, style. And like I was just saying, a lot of the times when it comes to choosing a headphone or looking at headphones. It's based off what you see other people are using. That's how I go, based off of it, you know, to just be honest with you. I'm looking at what other people are using, and then I'm going to go check it out for myself. I'm looking at, like, if I'm here on Sweetwater, I'm looking at what is getting the highest ratings. And then I'm saying, okay, out of these getting the highest ratings, what can I afford? And, you know, what have I heard about them? What have I heard about the brand and stuff like that? That's how I'm choosing my headphones. But anyway, this just comes from a question because this guy was asking about this question, was asking about these headphones. And so it was a much earlier version of the headphones, 2014 edition. Probably not. They probably were even less edition than 2014. They're probably even older than that. Does it record in WAV format? This is about the Sony digital voice recorder. Another video that did really well. Yes. Actually, I'm not even 100% sure. I'm not sure. Sorry. Do you know what the difference is between Reason 11 Suite and Reason 11 standalone with plugins? A very interesting conversation. Of course, 2 years ago, at this point, it's just like, now we have Reason 12 and looking forward to what else is happening. Maybe not even thinking about that at all. Might just be a better, idea, better place for you to actually go with that. But it just depends on what they had listed at the time. Unfortunately, it's 2 years ago. There's no way for me to really be able to tell you, like, oh yeah, this. But depending on what they had listed, what they had advertised for it, the Suite probably was a better bargain. Because you get everything. I think with plugins, I think that just means that you get Reason 11 as a standalone and you can use it as a rack plugin. I'm not sure what he's asking. In the event I want to use another device to compress, such as F6 EQ, how should I do that? So this is about how to use sidechain compression in Reason 12. So if we come over here to Reason real quick, and if we wanted to do a compression, so sometimes with my definitions and things, I get those off, but I'm going to look at a couple different things. If I have one device and I want to do a sidechain compression of another device, I can take, for example, this parallel pre-out, I can take that out, or I could set up a splitter and I could take the outs of the actual instrument. But let's just say, because we have this mix channel, we have this parallel out, I can go parallel out to dynamics sidechain, right? And now this key button lights up. When I switch over to my mixer, I turn on this compression, and now this compressor is going to be activated based upon, now this compression right here is activated based on this other instrument, based on the gain reduction that's happening because of this other instrument, the sound that's coming into that gate area, the sound that's coming into, this dynamic sidechain input, that's going to generate the energy, or the sound that it's going to be using the compression on. If I want to use another instrument or another effect, if you have any other effect that you have, let's just say I have an M-class compressor and I want to do a sidechain compression. I want to do sidechain compression from this device to the other device. Well, then I just need to set that up in the chain, right? So instead of doing those dynamics, I'm going to set up this compressor to just work. So now this compressor is set to this instrument. I just want to move it up. There we go. Well, it's not really trying to, but so now this instrument has this compressor, and now I have another instrument, and I'm going to send the parallel out into the sidechain. And so now that's for the M class compressor, for example, right? It really, if you have a VST instrument, it really depends on what the settings you have for that VST instrument is. So let's say, for example, not necessarily a compressor, but they have like transient master, for example. There's a side chain here that you can use as well for this transient master. Down here, there's a side chain that you can use, and it's the same thing. The transient master is affecting whatever device that you are connecting it to. So if we have, I'm gonna just open up another Kong, for example. Here's Kong, and then inside of Kong, I'm going to add in another native instrument. We'll do the transient master. So now the transient master is set for Kong, and I'm going to apply something else to the side chain of that instrument. So now this instrument is being, it's being affected by this other instrument. With the VSTs, it's gonna be a little different. It's gonna be a little different what you're gonna do with your VSTs, but the same thing can be accomplished even if you're using a VST. The same thing can be accomplished using the rack, and that's what I would do. I would use the parallel and the dynamic sidechain input. I will use those. What's up, Ivan? Welcome to the stream. Arturo, greetings from Venezuela. Welcome to the stream. So you're gonna want to, try to do those things. So this comes from this question from YouTube. Says, in the event I want to use another device to compress, such as F6 EQ, how should I do that? So whatever, other compressor that you have, Reason just sets it up. They set it up with their different instruments. It makes it very easy to use their instruments to do the sidechain compression and everything like that. But if you have another compressor, you're probably going to end up using these different, dynamics and everything. Thanks to the people for the applause. I'm doing well, Ivan, man. I hope you're doing well as well, my brother. I got my candle here for y'all tonight, you know what I'm saying, so you can see my lovely candle as we are, kind of just hanging out to answer some of these questions. Different, I guess what I really need is a secondary compressor so I can actually show y'all. So if I have this object here, and I think kilohertz, I think they have some kind of compressor. Here we go. So here's a kilohertz compressor, and look at that, they also have included a sidechain. So it really depends on what instrument you're using. It depends on what plugin you're using. Kilohertz has a compressor, and it already has a sidechain. It has a sidechain built into it. So you very easily, all you need to do is take your parallel out of something, and you just go right into that sidechain, and now that instrument is affecting the compressor rather than the original instrument affecting the compressor. Something else is activating the compressor, so that way the sound gets affected based upon whatever you're sidechaining. Sidechain compression is great for, different things. A lot of times it gets used for drums and bass. A lot of times it gets used for making room or making space for bass instruments or drum instruments and things like that. So where it's like, okay, I want my kick drum to be able to come through, but of course you can use it for anything that you're trying to cut through your mix. You can set up a sidechain compression for a bus. You can set up a sidechain compression for a master. You can set up a sidechain compression for, any number of different ways that you want to set it up. You could do it. So Ivan, we are answering different questions. We're answering questions. Depends on what questions come up for the night. we were just talking about sidechain compression from one of my videos where we did sidechain compression. We were talking about that, and they were asking if you use a different instrument, a different effect, not one from Reason, but if you use a different effect, then how would you do it? And this is from 2 years ago, but I'm sorry, man, I just now thought of the idea to have this, have this situation. So hopefully, this helps from 2 years later, you know what I'm saying? Just load it up. Sidechain input. Yeah, because based upon, what we've seen, both Native Instruments as well as who is this, Kilohertz, they both included their own sidechain input. So it's definitely something that you could include. Hey Chris, loving your videos. Hey, thank you, man, appreciate that. Oh, I gotta move this back so you guys can see the questions. Here we go. Hey Chris, loving your videos. Really instructional. Could you do one on redrum? Oh, I did it. I did end up doing, what was he on? N. This is on H of A to Z tutorials. I definitely dropped the ball on that because I didn't get to Z, but it's still opportunity for me to continue to make these videos, man, and get it done one of these days. So, hopefully we get that done, right? But nonetheless, Chris, do you do a drum bus, mix bus, vocal bus, and mix bus? There will be a case for you to do these different kind of buses when you need to do them. A lot of times people use buses as just groups, and I'll show people what we mean by that, just so they can see what we mean by it. Is this doing something new? Is this doing something new that I didn't know about? What's this doing? I don't think it was. I think it's just doing something else. So a lot of people use buses as groups, right? And it's up to you how you do it. So a lot of times, okay, cool, I have these 4 instruments here and I'm going to route to a new output bus. But you just got to realize that what you do when you create this output bus is you create this right here becomes another place that you're sending audio signal to. So you have to compensate with the way that you do your EQ, your compression with this bus. That matters, where this volume is now affecting these things, and you have to keep track of that. But if it matters for you to have separate instruments, if it matters for you to be able to separate those things, then do it. Sometimes I would think about it when you are doing it. Like, are you doing this during creation? Are you doing this during mixing? Are you doing this during mastering? Like, at what point are you creating all of these different buses? You might need to create an instrument bus and a vocal bus, so that way you can set your vocals to have a compression on the instruments, so that way your vocal sits on top of the instruments, right? You might want to set it up like that. So that would be a reason for why you would have those multiple buses. So of course, if you're mixing, and I would put it like this in this mind frame, which is you're the one that's mixing and you know how these buses are set up. You're already done with making the beat. Now you're mixing it. What is the reason for the different buses? What is the reason for the different buses? If I have a reason for doing the different buses, cool. Sometimes I might not. Sometimes I might only have one other bus. So for example, sometimes I might have, like, let's just say like I have like This is my drum file. I just got this loop right here. This is my loop. These are my drums. Sometimes I might have it like that, right? Where you have the main output and then you have this instruments bus, and I'm setting it up like this because now I want to take my instrument, I want to take that and I want to go into the bus so I can do compression, a sidechain compression on all of the instruments with my drums. So like that's one use case that I might do something like that, where it's like, okay, this is why I need to set it up this way. I need to create a group that's going to attack all of these instruments. And so because I need a group that attack all of these instruments, then I just create that bus. So now this is what I'm saying. If I have multiple buses, now if I go in here and I create some more instruments, now I got, I'm gonna just create some more instruments here. Just throw these in here, throw these in here. So now I got my instruments bus. I got a drum right here. Okay, I'm gonna make a new output bus. And, this is just for my drums. And Catchy Noise saying he usually has 3 buses. Explain that. Why are you going with 3 buses? See, Catchy Noise also is gonna do some other things. He's gonna do some other things with his instruments as well. I'm not gonna put vocals. I'm gonna put bass. I don't know. I'm gonna put some like mood or something. I don't know. So now I have all of these. I have 3 different buses now. I have a bus for my instruments. I have a bus for my drums. I have a bus for my mood. I'm doing extra work because now if I want my drums, if I want to do that same parallel compression that I just did, then now I have to create a splitter. So I'm going to go in here with my audio splitter, and since we're splitting it, let's just split it from the main output. I'm going to send a split into my original sound. I'll send a split now into this dynamics, and then I'll send a split now into these dynamics. So now I have everything split from my drums into my instruments and into my mood. Into my mood, and you'll see these things light up key. That lets you know that the sidechain compression is working, right? That lets you know that it's active. My point being now, though, is now you have 2 different splits of how that compression is being worked with your drums. When you could have just sent all of this, because these are all instruments, you could have just sent them all to instruments, right? And then now you just have one drum bus, right? You can just get rid of this mood bus. But there has to be a reason for it. Sometimes you get crazy with things and you say, this is my brass, right? This is my brass bus, and I'm sending everything there. This is I'm going to create route to a new output bus. That's all my brass. This is all my bass. So now we got brass, we got bass. We sending that to the master section. And now I'm coming over here, man. I don't have no sound. There's no sound happening right now. I'm just labeling things and I'm already confused. It's just why are we doing it? In the event of vocals, sometimes you have things like this. I'm gonna just delete all this stuff. And I'm gonna set up some instruments. Sometimes in the event of like vocals, sometimes you have stuff like this. Let me move this over here. Sometimes you have, verse 1, and then you have, what do you have? You got verse 1 ad libs, and then you got, verse 1 ad libs dubs. Okay, you got verse 1 dubs. Okay, and then we got, I don't know, look, now we got, why is the caps lock on? We got verse 1, we got dubs, we got ad libs, we got dubs for our ad libs. We got verse 1 pitched up. I don't know, you got a whole bunch of different stuff happening, and this is all just verse 1, reversed. All right, cool. So now we got, all of this is all verse 1, right? Okay, yeah, we need verse 1. Okay, we need a bus for just verse 1, because in the event that I need to add some reverb, or in the event that I want to add compression, or in the event that I need to just drop some of the volume or whatever, I need to be able to apply that to all of the sound in verse 1. And I got all these different tracks. I got my main verse, I got an ad-lib track for the verse, I got a secondary ad-lib for an ad-lib track for the verse, I got a dub for the verse, I got a pitched up verse, I got a reverse verse, whatever your different things that you have for your verse. That's when it would be, important for you to have a bus, because now this gives you power, this gives you shortcut, this gives you ability to do a lot of different things when you got things sent to this one bus, versus if there's no bus, if these things are not sent to that bus, now maybe you're applying, you got to apply everything as you go. Maybe you have to, you have to be a little more strategic with how you do things. So if I'm just making beats and I don't have no vocals, I might not ever use a bus. It might only be the only time I might use a bus is if I want to set something up for my master compressor. I want to set up the master bus compressor. Like sometimes what I'll do is come over here to this master bus compressor, which is right here in the master section. Hold on, I gotta move this again. Over here in this master compression section, this is the sidechain input for this master compressor here. This master compressor here, up here at the top, this one, right? So if I come over here and I have this now, this bus here, I can send this into here, right? But before I send it into there, I might do a 2-band parametric or something, right? So I'll set this up. Okay, boom, that's going in there, and now I'm coming out. Now, why did I do that? Because I want to take out the low frequencies, right? I want to take the low frequencies out. I don't want the low frequencies to affect the master section. So now the only thing that's coming into the master section when I get ready, when I'm using the master section and I'm mixing and whatever, I want to use this as my last compressor. I want my glue compressor. When I want to use this as the last thing that's affecting the sound, the bass and kick, those low frequency things that would basically drive this dB up, those are not affecting the master compressor. Instead, what's affecting the master compressor? Those high transients, those mids, those things that are not, heavy like the kick and bass are, that's going to be driving the dBs. Now instead, it's catching, the compressor is being activated from the higher frequencies. I only can do that if I set up a bus where I can send all that information there, right? So if I set up a bus, I might not even have, like, I could just take out my this could be my kick right here. And now I'm sending the kick to the master section, but I'm sending everything else that's going into this parallel compression. I'm sending all of that to the master compressor. So now the master compressor is only listening to these instruments. They're not listening to the kick or the bass. So like that would be like a reason why I'm doing that. That's a whole lot, but that's a fun conversation right there. You know what I'm saying? That's a good question. I just talk too much. Can you do a tutorial on how to mic the drums? I did do that. I did a tutorial on it. First step is have a good setup. That's really the first step. You gotta have a good room that your drums are in, and you want to have at least 2 microphones. DL, what's up, man? Want to have at least 2 microphones. Hey, ask me a question. We're doing questions tonight. You got to have at least 2 microphones, but honestly, the more microphones, the better. And the only problem with having multiple microphones, the problem that you run into is because you have multiple microphones, you also need an interface that can take those multiple microphones. So if you end up, yeah, I want questions. I might actually get to one of your questions that I haven't answered before as I'm going through this list. But yeah, please, send some questions through. He said, "Are you sure?" I'm sure. Make sure that you have a good interface that has multiple inputs so you can have multiple microphones. And you want to be specific with the way that those microphones are placed. A good drum mic kit that you buy is going to have everything that you need to put the microphones exactly where they should be on the instrument, right? Like you want a snare drum that's right by the snare drum, right on top of that thing. The tom, same thing. You want a bass, you want a microphone that's right in front of that bass drum. You might have more than one microphone on that bass drum. You definitely want to have some overheads, and if you have the room, the interface room to do a room mic, no pun intended, but if you have the room in your interface to do a room mic, then that would be great too. So now you have a room mic, you got a mic on your kick, snare. You want to have a couple different mics so that way you can mic that kit. So good question from him. Sure thing. I'm trying to just answer these, I'm trying to answer these so that way they can get off of this list and I can know like, oh, I've responded and I've answered, all of the questions or whatever. Hello, mate. Much love from the UK. Should I be sidechaining just the sub or all bass? I make atmospheric drum and bass and having to underline the funky drummer with another kick, which I want to use for the sidechain, leaving the breakbeat out of the equation. Okay. Atmospheric drum and bass, and I'm having to underline the funky drummer with another kick, which I want to use for the sidechain, leaving the breakbeat out of the equation. Very specific question that he's asking there. Should I be sidechaining just the sub or all bass? I think it depends on the style of music that you're creating. I think depending on the style of music that you're creating will let you know whether or not you need to, if you need to affect like your atmosphere. I think I would probably just do just the sub. Whatever is your bass that you're using to drive your sub, the sub of your bass. Like for example, there might be some bass frequencies in strings. There might be bass frequencies in some synth. You don't necessarily need to be side chaining your synth to your kick. That's not really gonna produce a whole lot. It's not gonna produce enough to bury your kick or be an issue for your kick. It's more so going to be that heavy bass line, that sub bass, that synth bass that that you've pumped up and juiced up because you want that thing to rattle some subs. That's going to be the thing that you want to sidechain with. And typically, if you're doing it right, then you're going to be pulling up your high pass filter, and you're going to be getting rid of some of these low frequencies that you just don't need. If you got an orchestra sound, do you need to have 40 hertz of rumble? Like, do you need that? No, you don't. Like, cut that out. Just slide that thing and just get rid of that stuff. It's not an overall kind of thing either, because sometimes you can get in trouble with that by just saying every single track that's not a bass or a drum, just put a high pass filter on it. No, you can get in trouble with that in terms of your sound being thin. That can absolutely happen. That has happened to my music on many occasions where I just went high pass filter crazy, and I was just like, man, just high pass filter. It's so muddy, it's so muddy. So let's get rid of this. Think about sounds and frequencies like this. It's not just about getting rid of frequencies that are low or muddy, but you want to think on the other end of it in terms of clarity. Am I hearing what I'm supposed to hear from this instrument? Because the more clear it is, the clarity of it is going to reduce this idea of the muddiness. That's how I interpret it. Okay, that's not how everybody interpret it. I ain't won no Grammys and no awards, but you want to think of it like that, because if you think of it in the mindset of all this bass is muddying up my mix, then all you do is you go to just removing bass. But sometimes a piano needs a little bit of this low mid. Sometimes it needs it for the character of that piano to give it that feel, to give it that warmth. And if you go taking out the frequencies, you miss out on the warmth of the piano. And instead of the piano sounding like it's in a cabinet, like it's in wood, instead of the piano sounding like this instrument that has body and has weight to it, it starts to sound thin, and it sounds like the microphone is just right up against the strings of the piano instead of capturing the entirety of the instrument. So sometimes that frequency stuff can be an issue. For the most part, there is going to be some low end subs that you just don't need. So don't fool around with side chaining. Just remove it. If you know you're not going to need that in the song, just remove it. Just do it tastefully. And the other side of that would be dynamic EQ. Maybe you don't need to remove the sound from the entire song, but just when the kick is playing, you want to make sure when the kick comes in, it's dropping the bass of that instrument so that it can come in for that amount of time that it's going to be, heard. These sounds are happening very quickly. When you think about music and the timing of music, and like things are happening in milliseconds. Things are happening not in seconds, but in like fractions of seconds. The kick and snare and stuff, that stuff is happening in fractions of a second. And so you could really get away with using dynamic EQ instead of using, a full-on high-pass filter or even, sidechain compression. You could probably get away with doing a dynamic EQ because things are happening so fast. You make enough room for your kick or, whatever that instrument is, and then you go on about your day. All right, we got some questions in the chat, man. Shout outs to the chat. Oh, of course, my chat is not where I need it to be. Come on, chat. Let me see real quick. But this is what happens. Okay, this is what happens. I'm gonna make another one right here so I can get the questions from chat. I want to get the questions from chat real quick. And shout out to y'all for coming through to the live stream. Okay, here we go. Boom. 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 Low Cuts, what's up? Or you simulator room with reverb trick. Catchy Noise be having it, man. He be break it down for us, Catchy. How do you do that? He be having this stuff. I'm telling you, look, DAW, mixer main out, mixer group outs, overtime, everything is routed away from the DAW and into another bus. He got that analog tricks for y'all, man. Where do I turn the bass frequencies down in each individual channel on SSL board? It's easy on the old mixer. I don't see it on the new mixer. I might have answered that question. In my little long spiel of whatever I was just talking about. I might have answered that question. Let me know if I answered that question or not. But I'll go over it again. I think I might have answered that question. Just in my little long soliloquy about high pass filters. I might have answered that question. Hey Chris, how's recording vocals in Reason? I remember back in the day that was an issue. I'm gonna get to that. Low Cuts. Yup, electric pianos especially need a little bass, like Ray Charles singing Hit the Road Jack. Right, you don't want to just cut that. Oh, it's just a bit. But also music is different now because a lot of those older songs, they weren't made to be like, man, play this in the club and get the subwoofer woofing, or play this in the back of your trunk, get that trunk rattle. They wasn't made like that, right? It was like, we want to be able to hear in high definition Ray Charles singing. We want to hear the background singer singing. We want to hear that Rhodes piano playing, the Wurlitzer, whatever he's playing. So it wasn't a heavy focus on kick and bass. It wasn't a heavy focus on that, or even making it sound like it's subbing, a whole lot of bass. Listen to those jazz and the different styles of music. It just wasn't even about that. So you wouldn't even have the mindset of, wow, we need to turn down some of this bass on this Rhodes piano because my kick is not coming through. That's just some new stuff that we own, because that's what people are liking to hear these days. These days, they want to hear that kick that's smacking you in the face, that kick that's just boom, just right there. They want to hear that kick. Ow. They want to hear that kick that's right there. Okay, so does chord sequencer work on outside VSTs that you bring into Reason? How does it compare to Scalar? Ooh, I like that. That's a good question. Okay, let me go back to low cuts. How's recording vocals in Reason? I remember back in the day, it was an issue. Recording vocals in Reason is super easy now. If I'm recording, like, for example, well, okay, I'll put it like this. Instead of me just blurting off some stuff, I'll say it like this. I'll say that it's very easy for you to get your microphone into Reason and start recording it, right? So my microphone is already set in Reason. I can just start recording, and it's going to start recording my voice right there. And, it's good to go. It's ready to go. I can start doing all of the things that I want to do to it. I can do comps, which is like, it's going to be listening to, it's going to be overdubbing the recordings that I'm doing. And then I can go back and choose the best recording that I want to do. So if I set a loop like this, I set a loop for my intro, it's going to just continue to record that over and over and over again. Then I can actually switch over here to the hook. And now I'm doing the hook, and it can do the same thing. When the loop ends, it's going to revert back to the beginning of that loop, and it's going to create a comp that I can then choose. Okay, I like this section of what I was saying here. I like the way I said it here. So these are some of the things that you have available to you when it comes to recording vocals, right? That you didn't have available to you before, because recording audio just was not a thing for Reason. And then if I turn off the loop, then it won't make that loop back, and it won't make another comp, and I can just finish like that. Now, when I'm actually looking at the vocal that I'm recording, there's a couple of things that I can do. I can go in here, I can move these transients around, I can quantize the vocal if I want. I can hit quantize on this guy, and it will shift around the audio to make it, match whatever quantize that I put it on. But I also can come in here, and I can use these to drag out the transients and, make them, make the words that I say shorter or longer. So that's things that's going to help you in recording vocals. That's something that's going to definitely help you in recording vocals. Like I said, that comp edit, I'll show you what it looks like. Here's comp edit right here. So I can choose between, okay, for this section, what part am I listening to? And then I can also come in here and I can select different parts of it that I want to choose from. So if I use that razor tool, then I can come here. Excuse me. I can come here and now I can select, okay, for this first part, I want this part. Okay. For this next part, I want this part, right? I can come in here. I can choose what part do I want that comp to affect? What part do I want to choose between my two comps that I did? If I go to the other one, if I go to the first recording that I did, you'll see even more takes, right? And so now I have this availability to choose between, oh no, I want these two takes. I want to choose between these two takes. It was sounding really good from this point to this point, and I want this take that I want to do, right? I want to have these two takes together, or I want to have just the first take because I like the way that it was sounding when I was going from here. So I can choose here, and then now I want this guy to play from there. Or I can say, oh no, I wanted this one. This one sounds better. Or like I said, I can cut here, cut here, cut here, and then I can choose, okay, cool. For this part, I want take 2. But for this part, I want take 4, because take 4 sounded better. So these are some ways that recording in Reason can, are better now, or some things that you have access to that you can use. And lastly, because I didn't talk about it yet, it was pitch edit. This is where you can get your auto tune, your Melodyne on. This is where you can really shape the sound, and you can really shape the pitch that's happening with your vocal. If they're singing, or if they're just talking like I was just doing, or if they're rapping, you can come in here to this pitch, you can correct the pitch, and you can get real serious by hitting this fine tune. Just send everything to 0, turn the drift down. This is a very monotone sound. I can just start. Wait a minute. This would be a very monotone intro. It's gonna just bumps, which is like, see, it's a much more monotone sound in comparison to what we started with, right? But you could also just set everything to the same note. For my intro, it's gonna just bump. See, it made me sound like a little robot. For my intro, it's gonna just bumps, which is like, right? So there's a lot of different things that you could do. You can also just play around with these notes. For my intro, it's gonna just bumps. For my intro, it's gonna for my intro. It's gonna just for my intro. It's gonna just. And there is also Neptune that's available to you as well. You get to playing with Neptune. You just get to having a ball with when you're recording vocals, man. Get to having a ball. What I really need is a condenser mic, because my audio don't look full like that, though it's really thin. When it comes to recording your audio in, it might be the type of microphone that you use, but it's not necessarily the type of microphone that you use. But also it could be how you're gain staging. So for example, with the Scarlett 2i2, I often will just crank my input completely as high as it will go with this microphone. This is a dynamic microphone. It's from PreSonus. It's the PD70. With this microphone, I tend to have to crank this microphone all the way up. And that's just what I tend to do with this microphone. I crank this guy as high as I can possibly get it. Because it's just like, it just gives me, it's not as sensitive as you would want it to be. And it just basically, it's just not, it don't do what you wanted to do. Okay, it don't do what you wanted to do because it's not loud per se. It's not loud, right? So because it's not, because it's not really loud, I tend to end up having to push my input completely cranked all the way as loud as it would go. So for example, if I'm talking into this now and I start turning it down, you will quickly see how the volume of it is affected. I'm right in front of the mic, I'm talking right into it. But if this thing is not turned all the way to the max, in my opinion, it's gonna come off soft. It's not gonna be as loud. And I'll show you that same problem in Reason. As I go to record in Reason, if you're looking right there, you could see, okay, look, this is what my waveform is looking like, right? My waveform is looking like this. And then as I go to turn this down, here's what the waveform is looking like now. Like you said, very thin looking. And really, so it's about the gain staging. Do I need it to be as loud as it is? Probably not. But do I need it to be somewhere where it's going to be catching the volume, correctly? You want to have it set to a place where the noise in the room, think like this is the problem. Let's look at these 3 different sections. I'm going to color them real quick. I'm gonna color these different sections so you can see them. This is more probably right where we wanted it. Okay, hold on. And y'all let me know if this is making sense what I'm talking about, okay? I'm gonna just add a this is like okay. Okay, this is like okay. This one is too soft, okay, and then this one is like probably peaking. Okay, probably peaking. Okay, cool. So I'll do a little different color right here. We'll put this red because it's peaking. We'll put this another color so I can just talk about these things. This is too soft, and this is probably okay. Okay, so I'm gonna just delete these things. All right, cool. Here we go. Gain staging is more important than the microphone. If you're in a case like me, you might have the issue of having a microphone that's not sensitive enough to get you the information that you're looking for, right? So you might have a microphone like mine where you might need a cloud lifter. You might need something to boost your signal. Like if you turn up your gain on your input, if you turn that gain on your input all the way up and it's still not giving you what you want, you might need something else to increase the volume, right? And what am I talking about? I'm gonna use this camera real quick. What I'm talking about is this right here on my Focusrite. This is the microphone. You can even see on the Focusrite, it's coming in red. It's coming in red as I'm talking. That means it's too loud, it's peaking. But like I said, on OBS and on different platforms that I'm using, if it's not cranked all the way, right now that knob is cranked all the way as high as it will go. If it's not cranked all the way as high as it will go, it's coming in too low. That's for this microphone though. That might not be the case for every microphone that you have, especially if you have a condenser. Especially if you have a condenser microphone, because these dynamic microphones, that's the difference between them. A dynamic microphone is meant to be just like this. It's meant to be, I'm talking right into this microphone. You know, you think about SMB, you think about these microphones that have this look. It's a dynamic microphone for podcasting, for radio broadcasting. They expect you to be right in front of the microphone. And that's just another thing too. What rapper is going to be like this, or singer? Like, no. So you don't want to use a dynamic microphone necessarily when you're recording in your studio, right? You're asking for a hurting. And so when we're looking at this in Reason, this is what it's developing. This is what it's producing. It's producing too hot, too soft, and we're trying to get it into a place where it's coming in clean. Here's the problem with too soft. The problem with this too soft area right here, when I go to start increasing the volume, when I add my compressor, when I add whatever I'm adding to try to increase this volume to make this guy sound louder, it's going to pull in the noise that also got recorded. And because my vocal wasn't as loud, because my gain wasn't set where it needed to be, it's going to pull in a lot of that noise floor. Noise floor is when you are listening to the microphone, you're not saying anything, and you get that those little ghosts that's, in the line of the wire of the, you get those little, those ants that's moving around in the cord of your microphone. I don't know where that static comes from, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. You get that noise floor when it's too low like this. And so when you start to increase it, you're introducing more noise into your file. You're introducing more noise. So that's why too soft won't work. So if you have a dynamic microphone like this, as Soul just mentioned, thank you, Soul, appreciate you. They are gain hungry. SMB, this microphone that everybody loves, I can never think of the name of it. It's SMB 700, 400, the SMB 500, 400. What is this? What is this microphone called, man? Well, it's from Shure, the Shure SMB. This is the microphone that, a lot of people love to use. They love to use this microphone because, everybody uses this microphone. It's a dynamic microphone. Many people will tell you, though, that when you go to use this microphone, you're going to need something to boost the signal, because just out of the box, depending on what, interface you're using, you're not going to get the volume that you want. SM7B, yes. You're not going to get the volume that you want because it's a dynamic microphone. You're just not going to get it. So you're going to need to get, as they call them, cloud lifter. You're going to need to get you something like this, something that's going to go in between your microphone, your amp, your interface, something that goes in between to boost the signal, right? So you don't end up with stuff like this. Condenser microphones are not as gain heavy. Condenser microphones, those are the ones, like I went to a studio one time. I mean, it's one of them things, like, don't do anything or whisper or say something that you don't want to be recorded, because it will be recorded. Like, you scratch your knee and you could hear the person scratching your knee. There are microphones that are like that, right? And maybe you don't need as much gain, like you maybe don't need as much sensitivity as that, to where I can't even scratch my knee and the microphone is picking it up. But it just goes to show you the difference between those different types of microphones. This microphone, the capsule in this microphone is aimed. It's aimed in a certain way. It's not picking up information from the back or the sides. And of course, the blue microphone that I used to use is an even better example of that. But this microphone is searching for information that's coming directly toward the top of the microphone. It's not looking anywhere else. But other microphones have different pickup patterns. And those pickup patterns, whether it be cardioid or, whatever the pickup pattern, omnidirectional, whatever the pickup pattern that is on that microphone, is going to make it even easier or harder for you to be able to get your audio, your gain stage of your audio where you want it to be. Some of those microphones will reject sound coming from other directions, right? So it's trying to help you get rid of the noise in your room, or it's trying to help you get rid of the reverberation that's naturally in your room. It will have a pickup pattern that's omnidirectional so that it can pick up the sound coming toward it while rejecting everything else around it, right? So, these are different pickup patterns that are out there. So depending on what kind of microphone you have, this might be a reason why your stuff is coming in thin, because you don't have enough gain, because you're not properly gain staging. These all can be reasons. It could even be to the point where it's like, okay, I can hear it in my headphones because your headphones are so loud. Like, you got your headphones, you got the headphone knob cranked up. So of course you can hear it in your headphones. But the headphones wasn't the issue. The issue is whether or not it's properly gain staged on the input. So too soft is right here, this blue. Probably peaking is right here. And if we look at this file, a little closer, we can see how it's coming all the way to the top of this edge. This is a zoom that Reason is doing, by the way. It's just zooming into the file. But if we zoom into the file, this is the wave file of probably peaking. This is the wave file of this is too hot. This is too hot. This is too hot. The only thing about Reason is Reason can pull this stuff down. That's 32-bit float for you right there. Shout out to Reason. You see what it just did? Hold on, let me go back so you can see it. From that, because there's no more information that I can gather. This means information went above what the program and what the computer normally processes as correct. The information went, he said that looks sexier. The information went above and beyond where it should be. But 32-bit float means I can bring this back down. The information is there. Reason caught the information. So now it can see the peaks and valleys of the information. It can see it, right? That's the difference. This is peaked, right? Peaked is too loud. You can pull it down. You can save the audio. you can save the audio because, you know, that's just what it introduces. It's like nothing really peaks in Reason. And other DAWs, they have that featured in 32-bit float or whatever. Nothing really peaks because the information is still there. It peaks if it's too loud, but you can always bring it back. So now you know, but you don't want to do that because you introduce noise. You can introduce noise. You can introduce problems into your mix. Okay. So we're looking at this last one. This last one, I turned it up. It wasn't too soft like this one was, but it's still kind of, you know, on the louder side. So I still didn't quite hit where the gain should be, right? I didn't quite hit where the gain should be because I still have some stuff that goes above the information. I still have some stuff that goes above that information, but I can pull it down much less than what I had to over there. See, to get this, you know, in a decent area, I'm not doing a whole lot. Oh, there we go. This is even better. That's 0 dB right there. So it wasn't. I turned it up on accident. Let me see. Yeah, that's too low. Let me see. Let's go back to 0. Boom. To get this back to where it should be, I had to reduce the volume by -12. Okay, by 12 decibels, right? I have to reduce it by 12. So this one is coming in where it should be. And in order to get this thing to start peaking, I got to start pushing it a whole lot, right? And even at that point, it's really only like certain like words or syllables or semblances that's really coming in very loud. This can all be fixed and curved with de-essers and compression and things like that. So if I do the gain staging properly, then I help myself before I get into the mix because I did the gain staging properly. I got the vocal coming in where it's not too much noise. I don't have my noise floor as an issue, and it's not too loud to where it's peaking. And I'm introducing a bunch of distortion that I'm going to try to get rid of. I got it right where it needs to be. Because some people will say that, like, oh, just record real low. If you record it real low, then it won't peak and it won't distort. But now you're introducing noise because the microphone is picking up the noise, you know, and not just in between words, like with your words. If your gain is not loud enough, it's picking up noise with your words. So that would be that. That was another one of those times explaining something the long way. Them waves was way too hot. Exactly. I see that you are previewing and critiquing other DAWs. Have you tried Cakewalk by BandLab yet? What are your thoughts? I did try. Did I try it? I can look on here. Cake. I did. I did try it. I didn't like it because I went right here into my computer to see if I could pull it up, and I can, but I have since deleted it. So you're correct. I am trying just different things. I'm just doing different things for the channel, and I'm just flexing a little bit, like stretching, I should say, not flexing, but like stretching my muscle to be like, okay, we got Reason. We love Reason, but you know, are there other questions? Are there other things we can do in other DAWs? Yes, there are. I checked out Rip X DAW Pro. That's dope for stem separation and audio manipulation. Of course, I've checked out Fruity Loop, or I've checked out FL Studio before in the past. Ableton lives on my computer. I have that. You know, I just don't use it a lot for creating, but I have it for those times I have an itch to use that launch system. I'm still not happy with how you mix or how you do any of the plug-in stuff with it. I'm still not happy about it. I don't like the way it looks or feels, so it's just not for me. But much love to anybody that loves using it. Y'all enjoy yourselves. Okay. Keep having fun. BandLab, Cakewalk. I checked it out when I was doing. I did a survey that I created, and I checked it out when I was doing that survey, so that I could kind of get a feel for all the dolls, as I was trying to give people a way for them to, find out which doll that they liked, right? So I checked it out. In general, to answer your question very quickly, what I didn't like about it was that it wasn't Reason. That's literally what I didn't like about it. I did not like that it wasn't Reason. I couldn't get into the way that the sequencer, it has a very Cubase. It feels like Cubase. It feels like it's far away from Ableton, far away from FL. It feels like Cubase, and it also feels like Studio One. And just the way that you move around in the DAW, I just didn't like it. So for those that don't know, I'm talking about this one right here, Cakewalk by BandLab. I just didn't like it. I didn't like it. I tried it. I checked it out. Maybe I'll give it a second check. Maybe I'll give it a second look to check it out. It's one of those things where, at this point in music production, like the things I'm trying to do, I don't have time to like learn something else. If it's not intuitive immediately, I don't have time to learn you. I done spent too many years in Reason and too many years in all these other things. If it's not intuitive and I can just get to it to start creating my music, I don't have time to even learn it. So it was something I checked out to, check it out, and I'll definitely give it another opportunity. I'll give it another look. But it's one of those things like, man, I'm gonna have to watch some tutorials for this. I'm gonna have to really look at it. I'm gonna have to take my time. I was like, nah. So for those, it feels like Cubase, and I didn't really like how you move around in the sequencer. Those are some of the reasons why I didn't really like it. I didn't feel for it. Comes with a decent Roland General MIDI sounds. I like it back when it was Sonar, before they changed the Sonar X, before they brought out. So, okay, so is this the free one? I remember in the list, there was one that was free. There was one that was completely free. There was a DAW that was free. You could just, I think this is the one that's free. So this was the one that we said, if you are starting off as a producer and you need something to like get into, you need something to get into it, you could get it because it's free, and you could just start working with it. Some of the stuff is enticing as I checked it out and looked at it, but I'm gonna have to check it out again. I'm gonna have to give it another look. Let's give it another look. It's only 1.7 megabytes to install it. I'm gonna have to check it out. I feel like I did this live too. I feel like I did this live before, and I was like, this is not for me. I feel like we've been down this road, and now we're going down this road again. But DL, we're gonna do it for you, man. We're gonna do it for you, DL. Okay, I'm looking for more questions. If I missed somebody's question, you guys let me know. It's not meant for mobile. It's meant for, it's just a DAW. It's a full DAW. Digital audio workstation. It's not necessarily just for mobile or anything like that, but it is free. And because it's free, that there's going to be some people that it entices just because it's free. There will be some people that's going to benefit. Like, oh man, I want to get into making beats and I want to use this program or that program, but I can't do it because I don't have the money right now. I can't invest in it right now, So you got something free, go for it. I asked because the file size is literally nothing. But it's one of those things, like right now, the installer was like 2 megabytes, but now it's like downloading additional files, It's still not going to end up being that much. Like Reason is like, hold on, let me not just randomly throw out numbers, but I know Reason has like a good, Reason has like a good number of like gigabytes when you want to install it. I just want to visit the shop. I know that it has a good number of let me see this, Reason 12. How much? You need five gigabytes, free system disk space required, plus 20 gigabytes for optional content. See what I'm saying? It's not gonna be like that for Cakewalk. Cakewalk is not 25 gigabytes. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely not. It's not that. 4 gigs of RAM. I don't even think you need that. Okay, minimum system requirements right here for Cakewalk. 3 gigabytes of free disk space. You need Windows 8 or higher. You need 8 gigabytes of RAM. So you don't need a whole lot. You don't need a whole lot to run it either. You know, you need more RAM than you need for Reason. Reason says you only need 4 gigabytes of RAM. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and install this guy. Just give me everything. We're gonna check it out again. What up, Woodrum? How you doing? What's popping is in? Want to talk about nothing? Reaper is nothing. You can install the mug on a flash drive. That's hilarious. Reaper. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do I feel extremely confident that this is gonna be like, I don't know. But RipXDAW, check that out. You know what I'm saying? If you're looking for stem separation, that's something you can check out for sure. Check that out. All right, here we go. Back to the questions. Don't sleep on Reaper though. I'm oh man, excuse me, let me get back to these questions. Okay, why didn't you gain stage in the beginning using the gain knobs? Why didn't you gain stage in the beginning using the gain knobs at the top? What's the difference? So I get this question a lot from Reason with these up here. Let me get this guy right here. Gain staging with these knobs, turning up your input, your input gain. It's the same thing like what I was talking about with the Focusrite, right? It's the same thing I was talking about with that, and meaning your gain staging so that you don't have noise introduced when you're turning volume up and down. If I have all of these things set, all of these faders are set this way, right? But this one obviously is louder than the rest of these. Then I can lower this. I can turn this fader down, or I can come here and I can turn these gains up. And then that way they will match, right? Everything will match. And then when I go to start turning things down, it will make more sense. That's the idea of the gain staging, or turning it down, right? It's like getting the sound and the dBs right where you want them to be. Why I didn't do it in that video from 5 years ago, if that's the question. The question is, this video, 10 tips for a better mix. The guy asked why I didn't do it 10 years ago, because it wasn't something that I did in my mixing process, and it's not really something that I do in my mixing process now. You might have the case where you need to use that input. You might have the case where you need to use this. You might have the case where you don't need to use it. It's not one of those things, do it every single time. It's not. Some people say it is. I say that it's not. I say do things until you get the sound where you want the sound to be. And if you're not getting your sound where you want your sound to be, then you start asking questions about why my sound is not where I want it to be. If your sound is where you want it to be, but you haven't been using these gain knobs, why would you start using the gain knobs? If it's like, yo, every time I make a beat, I love my beats. The beats come out fire. People tell me they like my beats. They tell me that they like the way that they sound. They say that they have a good sound. If this is what's happening with your beats, then why would you then find something else to do and be like, nah, but I ain't been using the gain stage. Nah, I ain't been gain staging though. Like don't do it to yourself. Like a lot of times producers, photographers, like we see the pretty thing, or we see the gear, or we see something. It's like we just want to add things because we can add it. Like, oh, I want to add this compressor. You know, this was one of my favorite. Hold on real quick. I gotta look for it real quick. Hold on. It's a Waves Kramer tape. This guy, I'll show y'all this real quick. This thing right here, this was my favorite plugin. This was my favorite plugin to add to my master. You know why I wanted to add this to my master? Because it was nice. Because it was nice looking. Because it just looked like the thing that should be there. Are you listening to me? It just looked like the thing that should be on my master. I'm like, yeah, look at the reel to reel. Look at the tape. I have no clue when I was using it. Today I understand it's a saturation thing. I had no clue what I was doing with this thing. I had zero clue. I had no clue the difference between why is the VU meter right there? Why is there two VU meters? What is the VU meter? What is that? I had no clue. But because I had it and I could add it to my master, I just did it. This is what I'm saying in my long drawn out way when I get to doing stuff like that. Just because it's there don't mean you have to use it. You might have to use it. It might be a use case for you, but you might not have to use it. You might not have to use it. It's not something where it's like, man, just because I got it, I got to make sure. Now, here's another way. Here's something else. If you read the Reason manual, it will tell you that when it comes to mixing, you should use your input gains, these things at the top. You should use these instead of your faders. And faders instead should be like automation things. Like if you need to just like drop it down, or you want it to gradually build, like you want to use it as an automation. That's what the Reason manual will tell you. And I'm just going to tell you that for the longest time, whenever somebody was making music or looking at somebody else making music, what did we see them do? If they was making a beat, we see Dr. Dre inside of his studio with the SSL. If we see them, what we see them do? Pulling the faders down, pulling the faders up, using the faders. That's what we see. That's what we know. When Reason first was making, when you Reason 1, 2, 3, and it was using that old mixer, when it used that old mixer that they used to use, what was you doing? You was pulling up and down the faders. So how we gonna get now? How we gonna get now to Reason 12 and say, oh, hey, by the way, that thing that you've been doing your whole life, pulling these faders up and down? Yeah, don't do that. You actually need to just come over here to the gain knob. No, it don't even feel right. It don't feel right. It don't look right. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm gonna keep doing because that's what I've been doing and that's what I enjoy. But the manual will tell you that you should do it that way. The manual will tell you that you should use this. Turn this up and down when you're mixing, and don't use this. Also, because something about faders that I learned even from like live faders, like mixing faders and stuff like that, like half volume. Like you might think half volume is like putting this thing halfway or something like that. It's all relative to where you start, like how much you increase or decrease the volume. So like you might decrease this too much. You might not even need to decrease it that much with the fader, right? Like you might have stuff way down here and it's like you don't even have to go that far because just the way that faders work. But that's another step. Keep whatever works. Yes. It seems to me that West Coast producers like a dark and dense sound, like all the water is boiled out of the soup. It is thick. What is your mixing and mastering style and philosophy? I don't know, but you just made me want some ramen. You made me want a cup of noodle right now. I just know you made me want a cup of noodle right now. Hold on, I'm gonna get to that question, but I saw somebody else saying something else. So speaking of Reason, what are a couple things that you want to see from Reason in future updates? Ooh, it ain't even that hype to honestly, for real, to tell you the truth. Like it's not even that deep. Dynamic EQ built in. Fab filter definitely spoiled some people because dynamic EQ is just built into every EQ, and there is dynamic EQ in Reason. You can get to it very easily, very quickly. You could just go right here, go here to factory sounds, go to effects, and then just put dynamic. You search dynamic and it will show you the different dynamic things that they have. So dynamic EQing is right there, right? But listen to me, Reason. We have this here. This is beautiful. I remember when this first came on the scene, loved it. Loved the analyzer. You need to be able to see. You need to be able to see your music. Different people they just work differently. Reason sometimes becomes like a purist. It's like it's for the purists. It's for the audiophiles, or like you're gonna be listening to music. And it's just honestly, it's just like we just in a different world now. People need to see the music. We need to see what's actually happening. You know what I'm saying? So it was great. It is great. Not it was great. It is great. I'm trying to do something real quick. I want to show this. It is great. Now it's just like a bunch of sounds. Hold on. I don't want it to be like doubling up. Turn this off. It is great that we have this analyzer here, you know, so you can see this analyzer and the fact that you can do your high pass filter, low pass filter, you know, whatever you're going to be doing to the sound. That's great. That's awesome. And you can EQ the sound. And so we have the EQ here. Look, I can turn this guy up and down, and I can, you know, I can just do all of the things that I want to do. Just make myself sound real deep voiced right there. You feel me? You know, just pull this guy in, just make it sound nice and warm. Pull up some of this presence right here. But look, now that I'm pulling up this presence, I need to have this built in. I need to have it built in here. And nobody would necessarily do that, but you could really hear how this microphone sounds when you're listening. Look, you kind of do need some of that. All right. What I'm saying is the same way that we have this EQ with the analyzer that you can pull up with one button, F2, we also need in here for it to say dynamic EQ. We need this to be dynamic EQ abled to where when I'm talking, I can just activate this right here. See that semblance right there? I need it to just start dropping so that it's catching. I just needed to be able to do that. So it starts catching that S. We need that. That's something that I'm looking forward to. I'm looking for that. Yes, you can go in You can come over here. Do I sound okay, y'all? Let me know. You can come over here. Man, you can come over here to this folder, to this file. What am I talking from? This is from Ad-Libs. You can come in here. You can turn on dynamic EQing right here. Here it is. Now it's on dynamic EQ. And now I can see that every time I talk, it's dropping that. You see that? That's dynamic EQ. That's beautiful. You got a combinator that's set up for that. That's awesome. That's wow. Just breathtaking. Great. That's exactly, that's the kind of stuff that we want. That's the kind of stuff we need. Now, I need you to take that programming, all of this, and put it into this. Take that. Take this. Take this. How this is operating. It's catching the frequency, and I can move the frequency around and get that. Put it in here. Put that same thing in here, and now we rocking and rolling with something. And I'm just thinking about that because that's just something that's been on my mind as of late. You know how so a lot of stuff I be looking for is just I just want effects. I love how for a long time people was we want VST3, we want VST3, we want this, we want that. And Reason was we gonna make you something for our platform. I loved that. I love that. Where it was nah, we're not gonna let you use scalar. We just gonna create players. Or we not gonna, what I'm saying? I thought that was great. I was yeah. That's what you need to do. Everything works better when Reason creates it anyway. They need to do that. Start creating all of these things that we see other DAWs and other software developers are creating. Reason should have its own version of RC20. Reason should have its own time stretching effect. It doesn't have one. It has Mimic for samples and sample as a sampler, but it doesn't have an effect that will stretch a time for you, that would stretch an instrument for you. It needs that. Create some wobbles and some, create some different sounds with these beats, man. A lot of things that I hear people talk about is the piano roll is one of those things. I'm gonna show you something else. Here we go, and pull up something else. I've said this before on a bunch of live streams before too. This is the greatest thing that I've seen them make. Polystep sequencer. Round of applause. Explosion. Polystep sequencer. Polystep sequencer. Polystep sequencer. You know what it is? It's a piano roll on steroids. It has key and scale. It has variations. It has note change, velocity change. You can do a strum. Oh my gosh, let me show you the strum real quick. Let me just show you the strum. As I add in height, it adds in the strum. So you can create guitar strums. You can choose how much of that strum you want. You can choose if you wanted to go this way, that way, and you can randomize it. I gotta show that real quick. Hold on. My point is, I've seen a lot of people ask Reason to update the sequencer and update the piano roll. Yes, sequencer. Yes, piano roll. And this is what you do. Just like I did with the dynamic EQ. Take this, whatever this polystep, whatever the programming is for this, take the polystep sequencer programming and put it over here. Put it in here. Put it in here. Put it here. Take this. Put it here. The same way, if I click on this MIDI note, see how it says note E1 velocity? This is what we need. Keep going. Keep going. Scale, key, blah, blah, blah. Put it right here. That's going to change everything. That's going to change a lot. And that changes, like, I know, like, we say, like, just do this or just do that. But I understand that in terms of the programming, to take this stuff from Polystep Sequencer and put it into the piano roll, I know that it's not like a copy paste situation. I know that it's going to take some programming to do it. But I'm telling you, that's what needs to get done. Now, here's the problem. I've often compared Reason Studios to Apple. And in a lot of ways, they are very similar. And sometimes it works out to their benefit and sometimes it works out to their detriment. Apple created an ecosystem. You can get an Apple Watch, an Apple iPhone, you can get an Apple iPad, and you can get an Apple, right? You can get all these things that's in the ecosystem. And a lot of people was like, hey, how come on the MacBook, none of the MacBooks are touchscreen? Because if a MacBook was touchscreen, then you wouldn't buy iPad and you wouldn't buy iPad Pro. That's why. And I don't want Reason to fall into this. I don't want you to fall into, if we put the stuff from Polystep Sequencer into the regular piano roll, then people won't use Polystep Sequencer. It's not true. They will use it. They will use it. We will still use it. We will still use it as a player. Players will not go away just because we've now added other ways to manipulate the MIDI notes in the piano roll does not mean the players will go away. People will still use players when it's time to use players. People today still use scalar. Like, scalar is still another thing that people use with their piano rolls, right? But the longer it takes to get it done, the more detrimental it'll be. Because when I saw FL Studio put that in their release, this last update that they did, where you can, it's called quantized to scale is what they call it, to where you can set your scale and then the notes just snap. They snap to that key and they snap to that scale. If we've already been doing this in Polystep Sequencer, it's no reason why FL Studios should beat us to that punch. Take the stuff from here, put it into here. People are going to want that. People want it. They want to be able to manipulate more things with this. They want to be able to manipulate more things. More things. Put more things here. A lot of things that you do in Reason, you do through the instrument. If you want to create a glide, you got to come over here to the portamento and you got to adjust the legato and you got to adjust it and tweak it every so, slightly. And then, put your other note where you need it to go. If you want to make your 808s glide, where in other DAWs, you can just, grab both of them and then click and there's a button right there that says glide. Me personally, I don't care about that. Because what we're saying is we want you to use the instrument and they want you to use the piano roll. So I get it, but that's where people are. People are using the piano roll. That's what people see. People are getting away from like me. People are getting away from, using people are getting away from using MIDI keyboards to like record in the notes. They're learning. Okay, here's C, here's E. Wait, that's not E, that's F. Okay, here's G. Okay, and then here's these notes. As I go to record and... Okay, shut up. Oh, because it's playing from here, that's why. People are learning how to do this. They're learning it. They're learning how to use the piano roll. And sometimes, sometimes it's like, do I want that note? No, not that one. Hold on. Yeah. I want that. Okay, cool. Oh, yeah, that's what I want. Okay, let me see if I go up one more. They're just trial and error. They aren't trying to. Oh, cool. I found the chord that I want. They're not playing on MIDI keyboards and stuff. a lot of people are using the piano roll. So if there's a whatever the next software version is that's for the standalone DAW, it's got to do something with the piano roll. It's got to do something with the sequencer, because that's the thing that's drawing people to music production these days, is what you do with the piano roll, what you do with the sequencer. Um yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's I mean, like, you can zoom in, you can zoom, you can you just gotta learn how to just gotta learn it. Just gotta learn it. You just gotta learn it. You just gotta learn how to use it. It should be easy and comfortable to fully produce a track with just a piano roll. For some people, that is absolutely correct. Not necessarily me, because that's not me necessarily. And I understand, I get that. They're not gonna go too far away from the rack, because the rack is everything. A lot of people don't use the piano roll or the sequencer, DL. A lot of people are only using the rack. They're setting automation points, and they're only using the rack to produce. They're coming in, they're using the players, they're only using the rack. They're not even touching the sequencer. I don't know how, I don't understand how they do it, but they don't even touch the sequencer. So it's everything, man. It's a 50-50, it's a 50-50 battle. It's a 50-50 battle. But I think the rack is beautiful. I think the rack is perfect. But I think the rack is perfect, but I know that some people won't say that about the sequencer. That's the difference. Like, you can't say the same thing about both. You know what I'm saying? The rack is beautiful. The mixer is great. But the sequencer, the piano roll, I know that that's something that people are looking for. I know that they're looking at that like, come on, we want to see y'all do something great. We want to see y'all, even if you just make minor tweaks, minor improvements, that's cool too. I know that that's what people are interested in though. Willie Jackson, I saw you come in, man. I saw some people come in, man. I'm sorry, I was ranting, y'all. Mr. GST 360, Big Easy 386, Big Easy, what up, man? Milkman Music, what's popping with you? Appreciate y'all for coming through. We need things to be more intuitive, to be honest. Yeah. It should be easy. Okay. I used to think they should update to keep up with other dolls, until I realized it's not the tool, but the carpenter. Yeah, absolutely. 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 And every carpenter will tell you that they used to use a corded drill, and the day that somebody came out with a cordless drill, they was like, let's go. Now, they used to use like a circular saw. Used to only be a table saw. You had to have the full table to use it. Now they have hand circular saws, and they're like, man, let's go. It's just one of those things, right? It's like both things matter, right? Both things matter. The tool and the tool user, they both matter, because you could get to the point where you've mastered it, but every time you go to do this one thing, you're like, man, why don't they change it to do this? I know how to do it. I know all of the steps that are required to set up a dynamic EQ for any instrument that I want to set it up for. But there are multiple steps involved to do it. There are multiple steps involved to do it. But I know how to do it, but there's multiple steps involved. So the craftsman, the carpenter in me is like, I know how to do it. But man, am I finna go through that to set it up? I'm not finna do it every time. I need y'all to make it easier for me to do this, because I know how to do it. And if I want it to be as custom as I want it to be, and I want it to affect the sound that I want it to affect, I shouldn't have to go to Fab Filter. I want to use Reason. I want to use the channel dynamics. I want to use what you guys gave me. I don't want to go to Fab Filter because Fab Filter has dynamic EQ. I don't want to pull up that. I don't want to pull up that VST for that. I want to use Reason. Reason can do it. So it's like that, right? It's like, you're absolutely correct. The tool versus the comparator, I definitely hear you with that. It's just like, man, you can master it and still be like, dang, it would just be great if I had a shortcut. You know, it'd just be great if I had a shortcut. What else was happening? Look how ridiculously small the note is. Dang, he just going in, y'all. I agree, bro. The piano roll and the sequencer is the change Reason Studio needs to make. Also, some type of stem separation is needed. Now, stem separation is one of those new topics. It's one of those new tools. It's one of those new, and not new in the sense like it's only been happening as of recently, but new in the sense that more and more people are doing it and making it available. How do I feel about it? I doubt you will see it. I doubt you'll see it anytime soon. Get another DAW. You know, what is Serato? I think Serato does it. I think Akai has something that does it. Rip X DAW, FL Studio. Said, nah, I see it coming. I don't see it coming anytime soon. I think I think that stem separation in Reason will be more like VST, like how VST3 was. It's like the thing that everybody is asking for, and it's like, we'll get around to it, y'all. Like, we'll get around to it. It's not a heavy sample based, you know, DAW. It's not very heavy on the sample. Like, it's a lot of things sampler based that Reason could implement. Like Mimic is probably one of the dope, man. That's like, Mimic changed the game. A lot of people are like hyped about Object. Like, Object was so dope. Like, it is dope in terms of creating sounds and the way that it creates sounds and stuff like that. But for what you can do with Mimic is the thing. Mimic is the thing. Mimic as an instrument is the thing. And it's one of those things, like, Mimic allows you to do stuff that other DAWs you do in their sequencers. But I'm cool with that because this is how Reason works. So I know if I want to do some time stretching, sampling, if I want to do that stuff, I need Mimic. I'm not going to do that in the sequencer. I'm not going to do that. I need Mimic. If I got a vocalist that I'm trying to time stretch and make her sound like a chipmunk, but like the NN19, for example, NN19, NNXT, when you play the pitch up, the sample goes faster. When you play the pitch down, the sample goes slower, right? I just did a whole video about sampling in Reason. It's on Reasonstudios YouTube page right now. You can check that out. Because the pitch changed the timing, you couldn't get your sound where you wanted it. You couldn't do a high-pitched vocalist singing slowly. Like, the higher you pitch the sample up, the faster the vocalist would sing. But with Mimic, you can make that vocalist sing as slow as you want, as high as you want. You could really manipulate the time stretch. And whatever the magic that's happening in there, they did it right. They hit it on the head. They did it exactly what they needed to do. But that's what they do. They create instruments, they create effects that you use in the rack. They're not so much concerned with what's happening in the sequencer and in the sequencer or in the piano roll. It's the rack. We want to see what's in the rack. And of course, if you take it full circle and you say, okay, what's in the rack is what's important, then they say, okay, Reason 12, guess what you can do now? You can put everything in the rack, you can put in FL Studio. Everything from the rack, you can put in Cubase. Everything from the rack, you can put in Ableton. Everything from the rack, you could put the entire Reason rack, because the rack is what is important. The rack is what is important. So I get it. I understand. So this is why I'm saying stem separation is going to be a slower thing for Reason to adapt. One, because they never been the type to be like, oh, everybody's doing stem separation, let's do stem separation. They never been the type to do that. That's what happened with VST3. It's like, oh, everybody doing that, oh, that's cool, y'all enjoy that, we not concerned with that. That's just what happened. That's just what happened. So I don't see it. I don't see it for Reason 13, Reason 13.5, maybe Reason 14, because by that time the technology would have caught up to the point where implementing stem separation will just be so easy that it's like, okay, cool, just add it to the program now. This Reason 14 will give you guys stem separation. It's just not a focus. I don't see it as being a focus. I could be completely wrong though. I could be totally wrong. I could be totally off on that. But hey, that's what I think. That's what I think. Most companies don't care if you create in a creative way like Reason, but if stem separation comes before an update to the sequencer, updates are going away from the creative and more about the product. True. That's a good way to put that, Milkman. That's a really good way to put that. Where the focus is, depending on what that's a really good focus, because stem separation is like, that would be a cool thing. But really, think about it. Who does that benefit? Stem separation would benefit sample-based producers. Producers that want to take music that already exists, break it down by its stems, pull out vocals, pull out instruments, and then use that to create music. That only benefits them. But improving the piano roll, improving the sequencer, this has been things people have been asking about for a long time. So you're absolutely right. Who are we catering to? Well, it will let us know based upon what changes they make. Absolutely. To be honest, Reasonstudios is amazing, ahead of its time, dawg. But the rack and wire scare a lot of people from the DAW. Maybe it's the wiring or the hardware feel. They have to adapt. I'm telling you, Willie, listen. I'm telling you, Willie, like the process for creating this dynamic EQing, you gotta flip the rack. You cannot create this dynamic EQ without flipping the rack, period. Right? So just right there, if you don't learn how to flip the rack and start doing the cabling, you cannot do dynamic EQ in Reason. Now you could take this, right? You could take this combinator and you can apply it to something, right? You could apply it to something and, try to get it to work, but you aren't really doing the dynamic EQ the way that you want to do it until you know how it's working. Until you know, oh, okay, I see. They done took the CV of the gain reduction, and the gain reduction is then going to this knob, and then it's also going to this knob, and then that means that's affecting this, but it's also affecting that, and basically I gotta come in here to the combinator, and then I gotta actually come in here and I gotta change these knobs. I gotta change it. That's a lot. So for somebody that's like, Are you going to go through that? Or are you going to get fat filter? Are you going to go through that? Are you going to go through that? I don't know. I went through it because that was that was just one of them things. That was one of them things. Just seeing it. And the one thing I want to see, the one fun thing that I want to see that I think they should do is VR. Some kind of VR capabilities. Because, see, Apple recently just launched. I think you probably could just do it with that. With Apple Vision. Hold on. With Apple Vision, you can just use the goggles. You can use it as a computer screen, right? And you can toggle things and you can click stuff when you're using the Apple Pro, right? It has its own apps, but look, like right here, you can just pull it up. You have windows that pull up. So it is possible for us to have a Reason Rack experience using something like Apple Vision VR to be able to now, when I come in here and I flip this rack, I'm doing it. Like I'm pulling cables with my hand and I'm doing it, right? I don't know. It's just one of those things that just excited me when I first got the program. It was one of those things that excited me. Seeing these cables, like it's really plugged into something. It's really plugged in. There's power. There's a power switch right here. These are power switches. Did you ever notice? Look right here. This is power switches. These power switches are over here. Look, it has little warnings. Caution. Like I was at college. I took a class. It was a recording techniques class. The biggest the biggest outcomes that I took away from that class was this. The first thing that I learned from that class, the professor came to us and he said, "Do you know how many times I've gotten a call while I was at home and I had to come to a studio and the only thing that I needed to do was twist a knob instead of twisting it counterclock, twist it the other way. And because I twisted that knob, you had to give me my full session fee." That's the first thing I learned. Learning the gear. You would be surprised how many things inside of a studio, people that just don't know how that works, and you can get paid because you know how to use the equipment. That was the first thing I learned. The other thing I learned was microphone placement. Where you put microphones matter. It matters where you put microphones for your voice. It matters where you put microphones for guitar. Microphone placement, that was the second biggest takeaway. The last one that I learned, or the last thing that I remember from the class, was patch bays. Taking cables, routing cables from here to there, because we had this huge mixing console. We had a patch bay. They made us take a picture of the patch bay. They made us do a quiz on the patch bay. They taught us how to go from, okay, if you want to patch in this sound module to work here, you got to take this cable and patch it with that cable. And you know what I thought about that whole experience? This is for the birds. I was like, this is so wonky. But if you want to work, like Ryan Leslie is like a big like motivator for me. Like he was like a big like Ryan Leslie is a big inspiration for me as a music producer, as a up and coming music producer, as a person that likes music, as a person that likes playing instruments. Watching Ryan Leslie in Sony Music Studio creating beats definitely was one of the biggest sparks that could ever happen to me creatively, to give me a push to try to get into that room. And if you don't know how to work that stuff in that room, you might as well, like, it's not gonna matter. It's not just a Focusrite Scarlett 2i2 and a computer. It's a patch bay. It's tons of wiring. It's tons of all of that stuff. So I'm putting the two together. So I'm in that class and I'm using Reason to make beats. And when the teacher was talking about it, I was like, hey, yo, what? This just seems like it's not clicking. It's not clicking. Thank you. It's not clicking. But then I start using Reason and I start looking and I say, oh, wait, that looked just like the Patch Bay. Oh, wait a minute. So you telling me, oh, so that's what you mean. So a patch cable is what you use to go from here. It clicked. It clicked. So I forget the reason why I brought that up. But I'm just saying, like, I guess I love Reason. I guess is what I'm saying. Ryan is smart. He taught controlling your music, so I feel you. Yeah. Bro, he just dropped a new in studio vid yesterday and I still get hyped. Are you serious? I saw something recently on his Instagram. Hold on. But is it like the classic, like Ryan Leslie in the studio making a beat? I saw something recently, but is it like that? This says 3 days ago, falling hard in studio. Oh snaps! Oh snap! Hold on, let me. Okay, look, we gonna do a little reaction video real quick. Hold on, real quick. Hold on, y'all. Real quick. I can't play it live, but I'm gonna listen to it. Y'all go watch it too at the same time. Let me see. Let me get the feelings that I get from it. No. Yeah, right there. Mm. Listen, the song is dope. I didn't want to get a copyright strike, so that's why I didn't play it like on the stream. The song is tight, but when I see in studio, I'm trying to see more. I'm trying to see, okay, like how he used to do. Okay, this is how I came up with. Dang, look at this 5 years ago. This is crazy. This is like a music video of you, like, performing the song. That's not like how back in the day it used to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's still dope to see him. You know what I'm saying? Making the music and stuff, man. That's literally where it came from, bro. That's where it came from. Like this one. Let me see. Yeah, like this. Yeah, this is a little different because he's kind of like, okay, let me see. I'm coming up with the melody, do the drums. Man.
Big body black business when I come through. Wanted having big dreams, I make them come true. Yeah, I make them come true. It's a dream everybody has. It's a life. It's a girl everybody wants. It's a wife. The girl everybody needs. This is right. This energy right here. You know what I'm saying? The fur and everything. The hair and everything.
Nah. Nah. Nah, I don't know what you mean with. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by her. I don't know what you mean by. Nah, I don't. Nah, nah. You need to come on back to the States. Come over here to Long Beach. Let me show you some Long Beach. Let me show you what they looking like in Long Beach. You know what I'm saying? Wait, Chris, you married? Back to the video. Oh man.
I was staring at you, you were staring on. First impressions never wearing on. When we locked eyes in that Paris law.
Yeah, that's the difference maker right there, man. Shout out Ryan's Leslie, man. That's the difference maker right there. That vibe, that in the studio vibe, that whole situation of being like, oh wait, let me see. Shout out to Ryan Leslie real quick, man. That's the thing that had your boy ready to just jump out the window and just start making all kinds of beats, man, all kind of music. That's the thing right there. Okay, I'm gonna look up. I'm looking for one more question on here. I was answering questions and stuff. He said, don't judge his love. Don't judge his love." Man, I'm looking at his taste, his car. He like, man, this is what we need. This is what we need in here, man. Nah, nah. Uh, mm. She ain't IRINA. You know what I'm saying? IRINA. Said I might not speak your language, but I know just what to say. That was classic. That's classic music right there, man. Dun 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 dun. Why do I have this organ on here? You guys get the idea. You get the point. You get what I'm saying. So, super dope. Ryan Leslie definitely encouraged your boy, motivated to make music, and man, he's still doing it. So thank you. Shout out to you for reminding me of. I hadn't seen that. Need more gospel beats. Gospel is the one. It's literally the one genre that always it always scares me. It always it always intimidates me because some people will say they like the way I play piano, but there are a lot of gospel musicians that really make piano sound really good, and that's what you need when you're making gospel. They always make it just sound so good. They make, they make those chords just sound really good, man. So they just make you just want to just make you want to just. I would have lost it all. It's just something about that. It's something about, man. You gotta be able to play that piano. You gotta be able to get them chords in there, man. You gotta be able to really, you know what I'm saying, hit them with something that. You gotta have it, man. You gotta have it, man. You gotta have it. You gotta have it. All right, we gonna look at BandLab a little bit too before we end up tonight. So that was why I didn't gain stage. That was a long way. That was a long way to answer that question. Hey, I appreciate that, man. God has blessed us all, and all we have to do is just tap into that talent, tap into that gift, whatever it is that he's given us, whatever he's blessed us with. Sometimes it take you to, really put some effort into it. Sometimes it take you some effort to put into it. Sometimes it take you for you to, put your heart into it, but he's definitely already giving you the runway for it. This was asking about something about Uber Eats. But why do you mix at -12? It has an impact for final sound quality. I mix at -5. There are a lot of different. Some people do like a -6 dB. Some people do mix to -10, -12 headroom for a mix. Get the mix to sound good. Export it, then do a master. Some people do that. In terms of this question they were asking about mixing, how do you, what are you mixing to? My kind of go-to right now is like -10, putting my kick at -10, pulling everything up with the kick to -10. So having everything kind of sitting at or below -10 for a mix, and then starting to play around with that from there. Once everything is leveled, then playing around with EQ, playing around with compression, side chain compression, dynamic EQing, playing around with all of these other elements once I got the leveling at -10. So that's my number now. I'm looking at -10 to be the one. I'm looking at the one. Wifey made some beef stew or something like that. That's what we finna be having. Chris, dope tutorial. How do you get your sample to sync to BPM of your track. Trial and error. This is asking about mimic. Like I told you, mimic is the goat. Mimic is the goat instrument. CBC voter, take care, man. Mimic is the GOAT instrument. The GOAT instrument. So I just play around with it. I play around with the timing until I get the sample to sound how I want it to sound. Sometimes it doesn't. There is no like sync. You know, there's no like automatic sync or anything like that. So you just gotta kind of play around with it. Gotta play around with it until you get. Yeah. So I'm gonna go to slice mode, turn my sensitivity. I'm gonna turn the speed. Go to stretch, go to advance. So you just play with that speed. Play with that speed until I get it where I want it. Did I put this out? Add a sample editor like on all the other samplers in Reason. Oh, sample editor for here, huh? Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. I mean, you can always edit. Oh, let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Only way that you could do it is if you're starting a new sample here, then you can edit it before you drop it into there. But that's not what you're looking for. You're right. It does not have. I wonder why. I wonder why it doesn't. Wait, so I'm looking at these. Hold on. Do I not have? Did I put this out? I don't know if I put that out. These some pretty cool sounding little loops. I don't know if I put these loops out though. Hold on, listen to this. Did I put this out? Man, I need some drums with that. Get some drums and shoot. Get some drums real quick. I'm trying to see if I put that out. Chris Reed Keys Volume 4. Did I put that out? Add stem separation and it would be the GOAT, huh? I don't know if that's out. AI Soul Samples, Volume 1, Volume 2. I never released it? Oh, snap. Y'all know what that means. I need to release this. Y'all need to get this. It's got some cool little samples. I might have I might have gave it to I might have gave it to my what's the name people. I only want royalty free stuff. DL, what does royalty free mean to you? What does it mean when you say royalty free? Yeah, remember, man, I could not think of the. Oh, man, my brain just be like, hey, what's that word you looking for? Yeah, forget it, forget that word, forget that word. What's that word? Nah, you don't remember that word. You have no clue what that word is. Forget it, forget it, forget it. Yeah, members. I gave it to the members of the channel. I gave it to the members of the channel. Um, I need to work on some more. Need to work on some more downloadables. Need to work on some more downloadables for members and stuff like that. All right, cool. So we are launching. We're launching. We're launching BandLab. We're launching BandLab. It's doing a VST scan currently. Let me see something real quick. I got a bunch of stuff open that I need to delete. BandLab is doing its BandLab thing. All right. Live stream is good. No, I don't want iTunes. I don't want that. I'm not trying to open iTunes. Move. Get out of here. Move. So BandLab is still doing its BandLab thing, basically. All right. So it's still searching and scanning and searching and pulling in all those VSTs and things, all that good stuff. Reason Studio needs a MIDI keyboard control or pad control slice loops. BandLab is completely free, Willie Jackson. Are you saying that Jay, are you saying that Reason needs a controller, like an actual controller? Or are you saying that they need software? Which one are you referring to? I want to put this here because this would be like perfect for the shot, but I know that would like, that's gonna fall. That's gonna fall. I'm gonna bump into it or something. It's gonna be like candle wax all over my studio, all on the floor, all on the keyboard. It's gonna be crazy. That means when I buy it, I want full use for producing and commercial use without paying a royalty. That's just me. That applies to VSTs. I hear that some makers want royalties, so I don't buy them. Holla Sounds, what's up, man? Brother, can you move your live streams back to the old time? This time might be good for Americans, but for me, 3 a.m. is not good. I know. I understand. Basically, right now, Holla Sounds, where I'm at with it, I'm basically I get in where I can get in, man. That's literally where I am right now. I don't have a set day or time. Oh yeah, looking at this, I can tell exactly what happened. I opened this thing the first time I opened it and immediately closed it and deleted it. I was like, I am not messing with this. This right here is for the birds. Holla Sounds, unfortunately, man, I'm more than likely not going to be able to get back to that original time, which was Thursdays at 10 a.m. or even just during the day at 10 a.m. During the daytime, I am taking care of my son. I'm watching him. And that's my main primary thing I'm doing during the day. And then like at night I pretty much could stream like all night long. But during the day, he locked me down, man. I'm locked down. So unfortunately, might not be able to do that. Now coming up, there's gonna be some time coming up. I might be able to, you know, I might be able to go back and do like one Thursday or do like a earlier time. I might be able to, but I'm not gonna be able to do it, man. And I'm definitely not saying stay up till 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. to watch my live stream or anything like that. I'm not saying that either. So I understand how this can be, this could be this is too late to be trying to, hang out and, cook up beats and stuff. I understand. So I've been using rudiments a lot. Um, I'm gonna find me a drum, some drums I like in rudiments, and then let me make sure that y'all can hear it. Oh look, y'all can hear it. Play at a later date or time is an option. Yeah, you can always do the playback, but you know, Holla Sounds want to be, he want to be live with you. You know what I'm saying? He want to be live with it. I get it. I understand. So a VST is a VST, right? So we got contact up right now with rudiments. So now this is the next step. This is where I would have to use to create the beat, right? This is their sequencer, right? So if I'm looking at the sequencer, I need to be able to record those drums in, right? So okay, now I have a metronome. Okay. I see my time signature right here. Let's go to 88. Uh-huh. Let me see. We're going to arm this. Hit record. So now we've recorded this, right? So now we have this. Okay, come on. Quantize. All right, a bunch of extra stuff asking me to quantize some stuff. Just quantize what you got. Let me see. So here we have this. No, move. If I just want to take this, I just want to grab a section of it like this. Pull this over. Okay, great. Yeah, cool. Let's pull this guy. All right, just trying to get a feel for recording stuff in and everything like that. That has a nice little groove to it. Wow. Oh, sounds of God. DL wanted us to take a look at Cakewalk. We've been checking out different dolls here and there. We'll come back to Reason, you know. Lord Jesus. Okay, so maybe I don't like rudiments as much as I thought I did. Maybe I don't like it as much as I thought. Because I'm like trying to find a kit that's like, yeah, just that kit. Okay, Lil, we can do something with that. Let me see this real quick. Okay, here's our stuff. We're going to press Q to quantize. All right, it's doing what we wanted it to do. Okay, cool. Let's insert another instrument. So to get to the instruments, we're going to come over here. We got to choose the instrument. Let's just go back with another contact. Sure, why not? Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Where's the loop? Come on, loop. Hey, hey, Come on, it shouldn't. Oh, there it is. There's loop. Okay, here we go. Okay, cool. Now we can. What is it recording to? Oh, I see. It's recording to this one. Okay, here we go. Is it this one? What's the shortcut? R. Oh, 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 oh. Uh, 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 uh. Da 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 da. Oh, look, it does takes. Oh, cool. Da 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 da. Dun 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 dun. Hey, hey. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Don't do that. Da da da. That's a lot of takes. I like that. I like that. It just did the takes. I like that. I like that. Let me see. I'm gonna choose a different patch for Alicia's keys. Is it possible to connect Alicia keys to guitar? Yes, you can. You can. How to do it in BandLab? You probably have to come over here to this effects area. Um, if we want to like give it like a more, what's that called? Like a dirtier vibe, a dirtier feel to it. So this would be the lane effects. Let's hit plus, insert audio effects. Let's insert a da 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 da. Like this is a contact instrument. Of course I haven't saved it. Of course I have not saved it. And then I would, let's not do bite though, but you can do, what was the front? He said guitar rig. I think that's what he said. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. I'm gonna turn off this bite. And then let me see if I search piano. It's too much. But they have like a bunch of different patches. Ooh. Let me see some. Where's my count in? Can I get a count in real quick? First beat, output, record. Oh man. Record count in. 1. Record count in 1 measure, 1 beats. Oh, apply. There we go. Okay, here we go. Okay. Close. Okay, so it's just give me like a little just kind of pop into it, just instead of the 3, just 1 pop. It's a cool little sound. Good night, man. So this is what I mean when I was saying earlier about like the doll probably could be usable. It's just learning a whole new doll when you could just like the beat would be done already. The beat would be done. Aside from me like going through and like listening to these different patches from Guitar Rig, the beat would have been done already. Just trying to find that. Just trying to find that. Just trying to find that. Just trying to find that chord progression. Just trying to find that. You know, huh? Uh. BandLab is free. And for those of you that want to figure out how to, for those of you who want to figure out like how to learn it, you're going to enjoy it and you're going to enjoy the fact that it's free. And, if you're looking for something that's free, God, and you don't mind learning it, you're gonna enjoy it. You're gonna be really happy. You're gonna be really happy. If you've used Cubase before, if you've used Sonar before, because that's what this is. If you used those things before and you like, here's something that's bothering me that really shouldn't. Just the fact that this is the select tool is like the little image that you do for like Word documents. Like even just that bothers me. Like even just the fact of looking at that and seeing that bothers me. I don't. Why is that not? It, yeah, I tried. I tried. I tried. Get out of here. Get out of here. I tried. Let me pull up Reason real quick. Let me get that thought out. Let me get the thought out that I was trying to do in BandLab. It's not a bad situation. I just need more patience. I don't have enough patience. Somebody else has enough patience. Somebody else has enough patience. For me, it's not locked in enough like I would want it to be. It's not locked in enough. I feel like it could get more locked in. And so it's not locked in enough for me in order for me to feel like this is the way to go. It's not locked in enough for me. Now, I'm going to actually come in here. I'm going to get IK Multimedia Piano Verse. That's what I'm going to get. I'm going to get Piano Verse because I keep forgetting that I have Piano Verse, and it has some really great sounding piano in there. Oh, load error. Okay, hold on. Not that one. Maybe this one. Maybe I don't have that one. Man. And I could also just tell that the latency was not right where I wanted it to be. Of course, I would choose like a really weird piano sound, but let me see. Pop song, London Fog. I like the way that sounds. London Fog. That sounds interesting. I like it. Now this has like a little, yeah, see this has a little, yeah, see it has a little saturation. Give me a little ring in there. I don't know, like that. Do you really need anything other than Radical Piano? Um, Radical Piano is a great sounding piano from Reason. So no, but to set up the EQ, to set up the compression, to set up the room with Radical Piano would take some time. Like, just would take some time. All right, cool. So let me just drop in that what I was doing. Uh, mm, mm. Okay, give me more room. Bop, bop. Ba, 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 da, da, ba. Now I did a different chord progression that time, but that's the one that I like. Do 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 do. I like homage. I've been doing some stuff with this. I've been finding some different things with this homage patch. Very loud. Just do just the chords on this one. So the bass is from Modo. It's called Modo Bass from IK Multimedia. Modo Bass. I wonder which one is better, if Prime Bass or Modo Bass. I'm gonna load up the Prime Basses and we'll play that too. This is Prime Bass. fat and round. I think from the beginning, I like Moto Bass's tone. Like, I liked it just starting off though. And then if you had a opportunity to like dive through the presets and stuff. So what they always have with you with prime bass is the articulation. There's much more articulation with prime bass. There's just much more articulation with it than anything else. See what I mean? Like you can add the articulations in with prime bass. You can just one key add more of the articulation. So that's where you win with prime bass. You win with prime bass because of that. Because of that, that's where you win. Okay, Empire Breaks. I really want a nice little rim shot. No, I didn't use both the basses. I just wanted to hear what it sounds like. Chris, I got a question about Arturia plugins. It says on my account next to the devices I bought that I have 2 instances left. So does that mean I have to buy it again if I install it to? Yes. Yes. And you can install it on multiple, computers and stuff. But once you start installing it too many times, then that's it. You can't install it anywhere else. So that's what that means. Yes. I think I'd rather use my drums. Where my drums at? I think I'd rather use my drums. I think I'd rather use my drums. Snare is just gaudy loud. Today years old. That's hilarious. Well, I'll show you something. So, Reason drum kits is where it started. It started with Reason drum kits. So I'll show you an example of Reason drum kits. If you go to Reason drum kits, let me see, where would you go? You would go to it's a refill, right? Reason drum kits is a refill. So this is what it used to look like. This is the So they started with this, and this was like a collection of the different drum sounds, but it's the same concept, right? Like you can still solo out the ambiance drums or whatever, and You have to buy this extra. So it started off with that, with Reason drum kits, and then they transitioned to Reason drum kits, the Reason instrument. And so what's really cool about Reason drum kits, the Reason instrument, is you have you have a little bit more flexibility with these different things. Like as before, you know, like the kick, for example, you can choose the different kick now, right? Where you could do the same thing here. It's just you go here and you're loading up different patches, and you load up the patch, and then it loads in the new kick or whatever. But here it's just a little bit more streamlined with this. With, you know, you can just add in the different kinds of snares that you want to use. And I also feel like the type of the ways that you can, you know, adjust these sounds is different too, right? So you have to purchase it. One cool thing they have is like this randomized feature. For example, I'm gonna just turn it all the way up on velocity. So as I press this, it's randomizing the velocity. So I'm not changing the velocity or the way I play. It's doing it. It's just randomly playing things harder and softer. And same thing with pitch. If you turn it up, you can really get some like interesting sounds. Master Effects with the compressor, and you can turn this drive up, you know, the Master Effects. You can change the way that the room sounds with that reverb plate. You can change all of that. The room has its own compressor, distortion, all of that stuff. Each of these have their own distortion, transient. You can change the transient, make it much more punchier, or you know, have much more attack, and you know, you have your own EQ here. So it's all streamlined, right? It's a much better process than using this. Plus, this is using the old style combinator. This is using the old mixer. It's just using all of that old tech from, you know, past Reason days, versus this Reason drum kits is using, you know, some newer, you know, things that they streamlined. Yeah, but I'm gonna let me see something real quick. I'm gonna put this beat map on here. Band Lab got clapped. Done. You know, I never go anywhere. I never make a beat without retro. Yeah, I didn't want you to hear it. I was over here practicing. Okay, let me see. That's what I'd do if I was your man. Got it in on it in oh, 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 oh. Let me see. That's what I do if I was your man. That's what I do if I was your man. Hold on, I'm gonna turn it off real quick. Yeah, gotta get off my way. That's how it be. 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 That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, oh man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, oh man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, oh man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. Was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, oh man. That's how it. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, oh man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man, oh man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. See, if you didn't know, it's all in like the. You gotta feel it. You gotta. You gotta feel it. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. Your man, your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I. Your man, your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how man. That don't sound right. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man. That's a bad note, man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Let me see. Let me record that one more time. Okay. That's how it be. I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was. That's how it be. That's how it be if I. All right, so what's really cool is, you can take these notes. I played notes. You can take these notes and add them to the Neptune. So now let's see. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man. So I think what we can do is we create that harmony, right, that we was talking about earlier. So like, that's how it'd be if I was your man. That's how it'd be if I was your man. Yeah. Okay, so we keep one how it is. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man. That's your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. Your man. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, no man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. That's how it be if I was. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. That's your man. Like, so like I wouldn't keep that either. I would just like that would be like melody. Like it would like you have to like put some other words there. Like, you know, that's how it'd be if I was your man. I'd take you out and do you DoorDash. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'd take you out instead of DoorDash. Your man. I'd take you out instead of DoorDash. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. I'd take you out instead of DoorDash. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. I was all over the place, boy. Hold on real quick. I was all over the place. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man, baby. That's how it be if I was your man. Oh yeah, that's how it be if I was your man, your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Take you out instead of door, man. Open up the door, man, your man, your man. Listen, that's how it be if I was your man. Take you out on your man. It'll be if I was your man, your man, your man. Mm, mm. Let me think on it. Keep that original melody. We'll think on it. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your. That is crazy. I don't know if that's gonna work. That's how it be if I was your man. I take you out instead of DoorDash. I take you out instead of DoorDash. That's how it be if I was your man. I take you out instead of DoorDash. Have you ever been to Paris? Have you ever been to the Paris? Have you ever been to Paris? That's how it be if I was your man. It's the Dirty Mac anthem. That's what this is. This is the Dirty Mac anthem. The new one, the 2024 version. That's how it be if I was your man. Maybe just one other thing. Your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. That's how it be if I was your man. Your man, your man. All right, man. Thank you all for watching this live stream, man. I definitely went longer than I anticipated, longer than I planned to. But I guess once I got the ball rolling, I just wanted to just keep it rolling. We were only supposed to do a couple of hours, but that's just how life goes, man. Man, I'm trying to figure some things out, bro. But that's how it be. That's how it be. That's how it is. You know what I'm saying? That's how it is sometimes. Hey, thankfully my little candle didn't fall. You know what I'm saying? I gotta think of a safer place. Let's see. Can y'all still see the candle right there? Oh yeah, I can still see the candle right there. It's still smooth and it's safer. All right, cool. I'll remember that for the next time. I'll remember that for next time. All right, man. With that being said, I appreciate y'all for coming through, man. Shout outs to y'all, Mr. GST360, DL, Soul, um, can't say your name, Holla Sounds, Willie Jackson Jr., Woodrum, all my good people that came through to the stream, man. Big Easy, Milkman Music, uh, Jay, Jacob Martinez, Ivan Velez for sure. Just shout outs to all of y'all, man. Appreciate y'all for coming through to the stream, man. Y'all have a good night. Chris Reed Beats is the Instagram. Chris Reed Beats is the Instagram. You follow me on Instagram. Chris Reed Beats is everything, anything associated with me is just Chris Reed Beats. At Gmail, Chris Reed Beats, Instagram, website, everything Chris Reed Beats, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Peace. Y'all have a good night, bro.